I keep getting feminist content and my fucking radical feminist content in my um, TikTok feed, and it's like, bro, they blame everything on the patriarchy, and they talk about the manosphere, and it's like if you put them as parallels, they talk about the manosphere as like a stage of capitalism, a later stage of capitalism. It's something brought out of that. Okay, no one talks about how the radical feminism is equally the same thing. And the main central point of radical feminism is to bring about female supremacism, female prejudice against males by using this myth of patriarchy to justify it. They use the patriarchy myth, the myth that men have advantages in every way in society, to push, favoritism toward women, right? Reparations, DEI, segregated spaces, all of these things. This is also what ethnic minorities do, but the feminist one is more obvious because it's like it's virtually all women, especially young women, right? Virtually all women, especially young women in the West, are radical feminists. Agree with radical feminist policy. And support radical feminist aims. This thing of like, if just don't date guys at all, as a response to some men are bad, is like remove yourself from the dating pool and blame men. That's a radical feminist policy. You have to figure out. You see all of these things and they look disconnected. No, it's one thing. This is all radical feminist policy, right? The common policy that you see online, policy/social issue, see online with, and this is like the second point. Virtually all women's spaces online that aren't explicitly right-wing are radical feminist, are pro-radical feminist. Pro-radical feminist policy, explicitly. Usually, explicitly. Feminism itself wasn't necessarily a bad thing, and I actually agree with a lot of it. This is the radical form which it exists in modern days, like, absurd though. It's fucking terrible. And the, gynocentrism that you see in society, that's also bad. That's related to it. The fact that that doesn't disappear. They say that their aim is to get rid of gender distinctions and have everyone treated equally, which is just not true. Because they get rid of the favoring males, which they've already done decades ago. A lot of young people born today haven't, a lot of young men born recently haven't benefited from any of that, but they've kept all of the benefits to women. They used to advantage men, but give women certain privileges as well. They've taken away the advantages for men, whilst keeping the privileges for women. It's absurd. The women's, and they keep doing it. This favoring women in society is very, very common these days. You can see so many examples of it. They talk about in Germany, they must have a female bathroom in restaurants, but the other bathroom can be for anyone. So it's not they must have a male bathroom and a female bathroom. It's they must have a female bathroom, and then the other one can either be male or gender neutral. It's like you have a space for women and you're not allowed a space for men. Men aren't afforded this space because men are expendable. This is extremely prevalent in Western societies today. Expendability of men. Men are considered disposable. They're considered not something that has to be valued, not something that has to be taken care of. Men are something that is to be used and then discarded and thrown away. You give them the absolute bare minimum, which is always way less than women, and then say, oh, just deal with it. Because you're expected to. They're expected to. Self-selecting out of the dating pool. To increase divisions. Dating age men and women. That's the point. When they say, oh yeah, you should just stop dating because men are too low value these days. This is something that the radical feminist pushes to increase divisions between dating age men and women. Therefore, less, less less intergroup agreement. Therefore, less need for radical feminists, and less agreement in attacking real intergroup combined group issues such as capitalism. So the capitalist loves the radical feminist and funds and supports the radical feminist. The rich capitalist floods the radical feminist with wealth, floods the organizations with money and resources, and gives them laws and benefits in society because they drive a wedge and a division between men and women, which means that they're less likely to agree on things and work together. In attacking real combined group issues such as capitalism and exploitation. Economic class exploitation. And the thing is, if men and women actually agree with each other and work together, there's less reason for, there's really less need or no need for radical feminists to even exist. The only reason why they even exist is because of disagreement between men and women. If men and women agreed with each other and found middle ground, the radical feminist wouldn't have any reason to exist, right? Neither would the manosphere, but that's not what we're talking about. I don't take the manosphere seriously because I think it's stupid, and I can see through it very clearly. And I know a lot of men, some men are into it, but it's by far not all of them, right? Whilst almost every young woman you see is into radical feminism, almost all of them that you see online at least, because I don't meet women and people in person because I don't have the opportunity to do so, but all the women you see online are radical feminists. To one degree or another, they all believe in the patriarchy. They all believe that women are. This is the thing. They all believe. And the vast majority of young women today believe, to a great degree, that, quote, women are systemically oppressed. Women, and it's specifically in the West, we're talking about in the West, are systemically oppressed by men slash by male dominated system of patriarchy, which in my opinion doesn't exist. You can see, yes, most of the wealthiest men, people are men, but I don't think the patriarchy actually exists. And many people agree with me on that. Many men agree with me, at least. Women believe patriarchy exists because it gives them benefits and no downsides. There's like no negative consequence for believing in it and pushing it. You get all these benefits. It's like ethnic minorities saying, "Oh, we're oppressed because we're not the dominant group." Well, what do they want? They want to be the dominant group. They want to receive a bunch of benefits without actually going through, the market, which is how everything operates these days. Um, and without making actually good arguments as to why they should receive them. Their only argument, the thing with the radical feminists is their entire arguments are based on this myth of patriarchy. If patriarchy doesn't exist, if women aren't systemically oppressed, if men don't have systemic advantages, then women have no reason to be given extra points and everything, extra benefits in every area of life because it wouldn't be seen as justified. And it's not justified because they actually aren't systemically oppressed. And actually, men don't systemically receive benefits in every area of life. And not even in most areas of life, if any areas of life. Some men receive benefits, but it is in no way near the degree to which it could be considered patriarchy, in my opinion. There are certain individual bosses who might favor their male employees, and that's an issue, but that's not patriarchy. Seriously, it's not what that is. It just isn't. That is not this nationwide, worldwide phenomenon, worldwide oppression of women, where they all work together and say, let's pay the women less, let's treat them badly, let's do this and this and this. It's usually like individual accounts, individual occurrences, and minor things that don't amount to a what is like a socio-economic political system, right? it doesn't actually exist, and when they try to prove that it does, they actually don't prove it. They do some shitty statistics and pretend, and you can check the statistics and go, well, actually, this doesn't prove it. The gender pay gap is not because bosses choose to pay women less a lot of the time. If people have a problem with that as well, it's like all you have to do is compare your pay to your to the other employees, and this is the thing, right? They do that. They look at this is the thing. They go, oh, where do you work and how much, like, what occupation do you work in? How much do you get paid? The reason why women usually get paid less than men is because women work fewer hours usually and aren't usually as senior as the men are in the jobs because they're usually just not as suited to senior roles on average. On average, they're usually just not as suited to senior roles. They probably don't put in. The point is, they don't have the senior roles. It's regardless of why, they just don't have them. And the fact that they don't have them is not evidence of patriarchy. It's not that the boss chooses, in the West at least. In the West, it's not that the boss will say, oh, we shouldn't have a woman in this position. It's because the women just don't get the promotions to that level because it's not how they're working in the profession usually. That was the article I read. Said, actually, the differences are women doing different work essentially. And so they get paid less because they do different work. It's as simple as that. They do different work. They don't work as much. You know, they take time off for raising their children and stuff like that, which means you're not at work to get promotions and stuff. It's not because people take the stupid view and they say, oh, it's because the boss, the patriarchal boss, says, I'm going to pay my female employees less. And you know what's funny is people keep pushing, they bring up this point, which is like, why would you not only hire women then, and then you could save money by just paying them all less? Well, they don't do that because you actually can't just pay them less money. It doesn't work like that. Surely, if you could just pay women less, if you could look at the population and say, oh, well, we're hiring male A and female A, if you could pay female A 15% less, why would you not hire them over the male every single time if they're going to do the same work? Right? They don't do that because it's like these people who believe in patriarchy say, oh no, they hire men because they like men, and then they pay men more because they like men, and they don't actually care about making money or saving money. They say, oh, the whole thing is set up as like socialism for men. It's bullshit. The reaching is insane. That's what they would say. The reaching is insane. That is total bullshit. Right? They pay men more, on average, because men work in higher positions within the same fields. And they work more hours than women do. That was the conclusion of this research that someone else did, that some other organization did into the gender pay gap after the statistics were put out. Because the statistics are always pushed a certain way. They go, oh, our conclusion is there is a pay gap because we asked people what role do you work in, or what field do you work in, like very general field, you know, like dentistry, right? They say, oh, I work in dentistry. Except the male is a dentist and the female's a nurse. And you say, oh, the male's being paid like twice as much, so there's a gender pay gap, and they're just not paying the woman as much. No, they don't work in the same field. Seriously. Or you have two dentists working at the same place, but one of them owns the clinic, and the other one is just walking under them, essentially. Walking beside them, but they don't own the clinic. The person who owns the clinic is more likely to be the male, right? Because men are more likely to take risks in doing stuff like that, and women aren't. On average. On average. Does not actually exist. It relies on creating divisions between women and men to give itself support. Via pushing the myth of patriarchy, i.e. systemic female oppression, which is a fucking myth, because they'll be like, oh, what about violence against women? Do you know, like, it is extremely more likely for violence to happen to men than it is to happen to women. Like, you look at the statistics, it's extremely more common to happen to men. It's also extremely more likely for men to get killed, to get murdered, to die in workplace-related accidents, to have many health conditions. Men don't live as long as women, on average. They die earlier. And for different causes. Less natural causes. You can guarantee that women will just come up with a way to, like, they'll just blame the men by saying, oh, they're into adventure sports or something. And you know what? You say, like, oh, what's women's response to that? They say, oh, well, it's men doing the thing to them, so what a fucking joke, right? When you say, oh, more bad things happen to men, they'll say, oh, but it's men doing it to them, so it's different. They say, oh, it's worse for women because it's being done by non-women to women. Which is bullshit, because you could say the same thing about race stuff, right? Like, the crimes are more likely to be committed by certain people of certain ethnicities. That doesn't mean you get to go and say everyone from that ethnicity is bad, and that it doesn't matter as much when stuff happens to that ethnicity by the same ethnicity, do you? If we were being realistic, we would look at the mass statistics and say who's being affected the worst objectively, as in who has the higher number based on how many of them there are. You would see very obviously it's worse for men. It is worse for men. There are much more male homeless people. There are more men being killed by, like, every cause aside from female specific ones. The point is, if it's not like a female specific cause of death, it's usually more men dying from it. Most of the time. In the vast majority of cases, if you're male, you're just more likely to be killed. Which is, like, that's the worst thing that can happen to you. Right? And they say, like, oh, women are more likely to get raped. Well, that's something, but if you consider, like, prison, men get raped all the time. And it's not to take away from the first... I'm not disagreeing with the first point, but, like... you have, like... You send people to prison and it's like there's this everyone knows about it, this systemic thing of getting raped as men, going to prison, and it's like really common. Really common. And the prisons don't really do anything about it. It's like really common, and it barely happens in women's prisons. It's like the women's prisons, I think they had like six reports in a couple of years, and the men's had like hundreds. There are also more men in prison, but anyway. Everyone talks about the alt-right pipeline, everyone talks about the manosphere pipeline. No one talks about the radical feminist pipeline. The radical feminist pipeline goes from agreeing with men to having a problem to believing in patriarchy to pushing for benefits that only benefit women, pushing for policies that only benefit women and disadvantage men, which increases the divisions, right? When men see you doing that, they're not going to like you for it. They're going to say, unless there's some stupid ass white knight who just agrees with women doing everything and wants to see his own position get worse because it's like some fetish for these people, right? In order to acquire benefits for women within society, usually at the disadvantage / expense of men's position. General, you start off with general agreement with men. Some form of slight or disagreement, slight by or disagreement with. Some men. Then what do you got? Radical feminists. We'll start. Next point. The myth of patriarchy, which is central to radical feminism. It's absolutely central. Pushes for So this part, they push for female-centered benefits, and it leads to further disagreement. This just repeats over and over and over again. This is this is the pipeline, and then this becomes this loop that just repeats itself. Last two. Repeat themselves over and over again. So they start off with general disagreement with men, a general agreement with men. Then you get some form of slight by or disagreement with some man, or even just one man. The radical feminists come in. You see this online all the time. All the time, especially on Reddit or on TikTok, on social media. The radical feminists are always there, bro, because there are so many of them. So many women believe this. It is far more men than believe in the manosphere alt-right stuff. Far more women believe in, as a percentage of women, believe in this radical feminist stuff. They swoop in and they feed off of the division the same way that the incel manosphere alt-right guys do. They feed off of this division and add to it, right? So they create further division between this woman and man. They say, oh yeah, it's the man's fault. And then they bring in the myth of patriarchy. Here it is, the myth of patriarchy, pushing the idea that men are inherently advantaged in society and that women are systemically oppressed, right? And the woman then believes in radical feminism, pushes for female-centered benefits at the expense of men in society, which then further causes further disagreement, alienation, and divisions between men and women. It further divides and alienates men and women. Because all of a sudden you got heaps of women, even if the men didn't do anything, right? Even if the men want alt-right, want in the manosphere, want incel, whatever, I don't consider myself to be part of any of that. I don't like any of that. I think most of it is stupid, right? The men don't have to do anything, and they will be alienated and feel divided from these women because these women are constantly pushing for and acting in ways that represent female-centered benefits at the expense of men in society. They come out with this all men bad, all women good rhetoric, which is super common for these radical feminists, because they love to simplify it like that, right? All men bad, all women good. That's something that they push as like a fundamental. That's what patriarchy is about. Patriarchy says all men are bad because all men uphold patriarchy. All men participate in patriarchy. All men benefit from patriarchy. It is explicitly and intentionally about all men being bad because they are men and because they have a system of patriarchy where all women are exploited. And all women being systemically exploited means all women must be good. Because all women, even the worst women, they say, oh, they're just suffering under patriarchy, which is absolute bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. You can see this in society where they always make excuses for women and always blame the man. They always blame the man for their issues and make excuses for women's issues. Every single fucking time. Over and over and over again. It's insane. So these last 2 points, where they push for female-centered benefits at the expense of men in society, and act out this all men bad, all women good rhetoric slash worldview, which you can sense in people. What does that do? It furthers disagreement between the genders, alienation between the genders, and divisions between the genders. That's what it's supposed to do, and then they become even more feminist, which makes them become even more feminist in this radical sense. The extreme is a relative term in this sense as well, right? It's not like the, you know, killing a bunch of people yet. But this is the thing, they don't have to. People are like, oh, and incels shoot up schools and stuff, and women don't do that. You know why women don't have to do any of that? Because when they complain about things, society listens to them and does something about it. Literally. Society listens to them and it does something about it. Right? The government looks at women's issues and does something about them. A lot of the time, when women complain and they get organized, society does something about it. This is the thing. When men complain and they get organized and they organize around an issue, society doesn't do anything about it at all. They tell them to fuck off and call them a bunch of offensive terms and say that they're like harmful and all of this, and doesn't actually fix the issues at all. They don't fix anything. They tell them to go away and to find somewhere else to go. Right? It's literally what happens. When men try to advocate, they get shot down. When women try to advocate, they roll out the red carpet and give them what they want. A lot of the time. Not all the time. Not every time, but a lot of the time. I don't know if that's how you spell that. Look at how far women's rights have progressed over the last, over these decades, recent decades. Very far. Very far. They're well overperforming as a group. They have gone so far, whilst the male position is arguably worse than it used to be. By the same metrics that they use, like by the metrics that women use to measure their own success as a group, such as like university, what do you call it? University percentages of people. Women are actually far beyond men in that in the West these days, right? Yeah, so if you measure men and women by the same standards, men are really lacking. And this is the thing. When women are lacking, they say, oh, there's a society's problem. Society has to do something about it. When men are lacking, they say, oh, it's men's problem and men should just fix it themselves. Literally, that's what they say. When men have a problem, the women say men should fix it themselves. Women and the white knight men blame the men for their problem. They say it's not society's fault, you need to fix it yourself. When women have a problem, they don't blame the women for it. They say it's society's fault and make society do something about it to fix the issue. When it's a woman's problem, they look at the outcome and say make the outcome equal or better than men by any means. And they do that and it's worked because they've used the resources of society to give women advantages to make them equal. They've given them advantages to make the outcomes equal. So to get more women in university, they give them all these scholarships, all these benefits, all these programs specifically set up for them to make them be a higher percentage. They have a whole thing set up for getting more women into degrees, getting more women into university, right? Why have they done that? Did they need to do that? No. They didn't need to. They decided to because they felt like it, right? It's not a problem in society what the gender of people graduating from university is necessarily. It's more the number of graduates. The thing is, they've given them so many benefits that of course the percentage is much higher now. Right? But now that the percentage of women is much higher than men, they don't then go and say, oh, well, we need to equal it out again by making more men go to university. No, they say, oh, it's actually fine now, and men should just help themselves. This is how it's always been. You can see it, it's extremely obvious. The point is female supremacism. That's the point. You give the benefits to the women, you never give the benefits to the men. When the women start doing better, when the women are doing better than the men, you keep the benefits for the women, so they do even more better, and you never, ever, ever give benefits to the men, right? So, women's issues are seen as society's problems. Yeah, the classic thing, when women have an issue, it's society's problem. When men have an issue, it's men's fault. If it's society's problem, they do something about it. If it's men's fault, they don't do anything. To fix the outcome, right? Men's issue equals men's problem equals don't do anything about it. And blame the issue and its outcome on individual men as a whole, which is exactly what they do when men have, say, men dating failures. That is always said to be men's fault. Every single woman talking about men's dating failures, every single one of them says it's men's fault. Right? And they always say, oh, men are too right-wing. You know, you don't have to be right-wing to fail in dating these days. You can be super left and you'll still fail because women don't want to date 90% of men. At least 50%. It's at least 50% of men, young men, women don't want to have anything to do with. They say there's someone for everyone. Well, that's a total lie. There isn't someone for everyone. Most women don't want anything to do with the majority of men, regardless of anything else. They don't have to be right-wing. They don't have to have personal problems. The character issues, they always say, oh, it's a moral failure. It's character issues. It's political. It's not. It's because women's standards are too fucking high for what they have to offer themselves. They're just normal people, and the men are normal people, and the women don't like them because they don't want someone who's normal. They want someone who's extreme and exceptional, which is fucking bullshit. That's literally how it is. Normal women don't want a normal man. Less than normal women also don't want a normal man. They say there's someone for everyone. Bullshit. Yet in the West, the vast majority of women don't want anything to do with the vast majority of men. The majority. Alright, and this is, you can see this with dating apps. This is how they are, right? It's the top 50% of women wants the top 10% of men. The bottom 50% of women wants at bare minimum the top 50% of men. What happens to the bottom 50% of men? They get nothing. That's what happens. They don't get a relationship. My standards are so fucking low and I can't find anyone. I'm at least in the bottom 50% because I got sickness, I'm overweight. It's as simple as that. That easily, extremely easily puts you in the bottom 50%. I'm not even healthy and a healthy weight. And the unhealthy weight is because of the medication I'm on. Can't even do anything about it, literally. It's going to take me months and months and months to lose weight. Literally months. It's like 6 months absolute minimum. It's insane. This is impossible. This is like all of these issues. I just want to die. I want to kill myself. I'm sick of being alive in this fucking bullshit situation. It will never change. Who goes for the bottom 50% of men? No one. That's the point. No one does. The bottom 50% of women can still get a man. And the radical feminist worsens this issue by telling the bottom 50% of women that they should just not date. Rather than date a, quote, low-value man, which is basically the bottom 50%. You know, like this hypergamy thing, this is policy for these people. Absolute fundamental policy for these women. My standards are fucking low, and that's hard for me because I don't want low standards. And I have no chance. Still, I have no chance. There is no chance. I'm not a right... They always blame the man and say dating failures are as a result of, quote, moral, character, or political failures. Yeah, I don't have any of these. I'm left-wing, economically, left. I don't hate women, I just think radical feminism is a bunch of bullshit that harms men very badly. Right? So, I don't have moral failure. I'm not a bad person, and I'm not a right-winger. Yet, all of that is in my profile, and I can't get anyone interested. I got 2 likes, and I can't even see who they are. Because I haven't found... Because we didn't match or something. I don't know. It's like... Women aren't interested. They're not interested. Anyway, they're not interested. I got 2 likes on 3 apps in like 3 months. And then I didn't match back, so I can't even talk to them. You can't even see who they are or talk to them or anything. Literally, every single time I'm seeing women say dating failures, men who fail at getting dates getting relationships are morally have bad morals, bad character, and are politically the wrong type. That is absolute bullshit because men with bad morals, bad character, and aren't the right politics, they all get women if they're attractive or wealthy or just that's it. It's just it's money and how you look. That's it. That's all it takes. And having health. That's literally all that matters. It's extremely obvious that the reason why most women would not like my profile is because I'm overweight and chronically ill, and that's as simple as that. Those are red flags. This is they think this is funny. They say, "Oh, red flag, red flag." I can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about those things. I'm overweight because of the medication that I'm legally forced to take. I can't not take it. I'm not allowed to. I can't lose weight because it gives me a massive appetite and fucks up my metabolism. This is just total bullshit, and there's nothing I can do. Because the radical feminist preys on young women and tells them it tells the bottom 50% and below that they should just not date than date a low value man. Low value man doesn't mean bad morals, bad character, bad politics. It also means not being any of these things: attractive, wealthy, and healthy. It also means unattractive, poor, and sick. Those aren't moral failures. Those are not moral failures. Those are not moral character or political failures. You can have the best morals, the best character, and the best politics, but if you aren't one of these things, if you aren't attractive, if you aren't wealthy, if you aren't healthy, you will not get any dates. You will not get any dates. They won't like you. You won't even have the opportunity to go on a date. Like me, you'll be like me. I'm not even the bottom 50%. I'm even less than that. But this is the thing. You can't match. You would say, well, the bottom 20% of women should just get with the bottom 20% of men. No. Or the bottom 10% of women should get with the bottom 20% of men. No, you can't. Because even the bottom 10% of women wants to go up by like 50%. Right? Even the bottom 10% of women won't get with. Even me being chronically ill, I couldn't even get with a chronically ill woman. That's the thing. They don't want... Chronically ill women don't want to get with chronically ill men. Right? They don't... It's not like you would think... If we were living in an equal world where women were fair and not motivated purely by this biological drive, this capitalist biological drive to get massively better than what they already have, and otherwise they won't even date anyone. It's literally the case that they will refuse to get into relationships unless the person is massively better than they are. So me being chronically ill, overweight, Those are the two main issues. I can't. Radical feminist policy doesn't just say that hypergamy is like a normal thing, a normal natural thing to do. It says that it's the only thing to do. Like, you should not date unless you are going to get someone who is massively better than you are. That is what they say to women. They say to women, you are failing if you are getting anyone anywhere near equal to you. The male that you go for should be massively better than you are. That's what they say. That that is the radical feminist policy. And since I've gotten sick, since I've been overweight, I have had no opportunities because there are not women who ever want to get with anyone with these categories to them. I put these on my dating profile because I'm not going to scare someone with it and tell them after the fact. This is extremely obvious. This is massive red flag. Not because red flag is supposed to be, people use it as like it's a moral thing. It doesn't have to be. Red flag literally means any reason why you will not date someone. But the person being chronically ill is a reason for like 99% of people to not want to date you. And this is the thing, chronically ill people don't want to date someone who's chronically ill either. So it's it's impossible. You can't win. You can only lose. If you are chronically ill, if you're a chronically ill man, you won't find a chronically ill woman. If you have ME/CFS like I do, right, and digestive issues, you won't find someone who is equal to you who you can get into a relationship with. It won't happen. It won't happen because they're looking for someone so much better off than themselves. Much better off than themselves, else they will just refuse to date. This is the problem, is you can't, the bottom tier of men will never find a relationship because the equal tier of women, or even worse tier of women, will just refuse to date. That's what they do. They'll be like, oh, I don't want kids or a relationship unless I'm getting way better off. Because otherwise they'll feel like they're cheated out of something. They won't get the massive benefits. If you're a low enough tier of man, there will be no women for you to date, as all the women equal to and below you only want to date someone who is better off. No woman wants to date chronically ill, overweight, forced onto drugs. That's a rule. It doesn't matter your morals. Your character doesn't matter. Your politics don't matter. All that matters to these people is that they will settle for someone who's even not that great, who is a bad person, who has a bad character and bad politics, who treats them like shit, as long as they're attractive, wealthy, and or healthy. Attractive and or wealthy and or healthy. If you're not one of these things, or if you're not any of these things, you won't get a relationship. And I am none of these things. It's as simple as that. That's the fucking science of it. These women lie as they always do when they say, oh, these things don't actually matter. It's character. It's not character. I'm telling you, as an absolute fact, it's not your character, it's not your morals, it's not your politics, okay? Because there are a lot of men who have really bad morals, really bad character, really bad politics. Guess what? They're all in relationships because they have some of these things. They're healthy, they've got money, and or they're attractive, right? Simple as that. Then I know this because I actually have these things favorable to what a lot of women want. When I see them complaining, I think, well, I wouldn't do that stuff. Right? But they're in relationships with these people. Why? Because they're attractive and or they're wealthy and or they're healthy. Healthy is the bare minimum. If you're not healthy, 99% of people don't want anything to do with you, and probably they believe that you shouldn't exist and should just be dead. I'll never have a relationship. I know I won't. I posted that on X, and some retard came up and said, oh, everyone can find someone. Kill yourself, you retard. Kill yourself, degenerate. Shut the fuck up. That's total bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. Look at women today and tell me honestly that they would go for someone. None of these things matter. None of them would go for someone who is less attractive, less wealthy, and less healthy than they are. None of these women would ever do that. If you're a woman, you can find someone who is more attractive, more wealthy, and more healthy than you. If you're a man, you can't find someone who is. Okay? You can't even find someone who's less, because at a certain point, no woman wants to get with you because of these things. You can be, past a certain point, you are too unattractive, or too poor, and or too unhealthy, so no woman will ever get with you. That is a fact. That is a fact of dating, that's how it works, and you will never find anyone. You will never find anyone. It's just how it is, because that's what women are like. You can find someone who's equal to you in these things, and they will not want to have anything to do with you. You can find an unattractive, poor, sick woman, and she won't date you, even though you're actually better than her in every regard, because she wants someone much higher up. It is too easy for women and too fucking difficult for men. It's impossible for men past a certain point. It is impossible. It is fucking possible. Shit makes me want to kill myself, and it will never get better. It will literally never get better. I know it will never get better. I've seen it in real time. When I was attractive, well-off background, and healthy, bare minimum healthy, I was able to get so many girls were interested in me. And when that all changed, when I got sick, I'm poor now because I don't work, so that's another one. Because I'm not able to. And when I got overweight from this medication, this is the first one that people see. The attention that you get from people shifts from positive to negative very quickly. It very quickly shifts from women. It is so obvious. Random women go from, smiling to nice to neutral to like finding you disgusting just based off of how you look by being overweight. That is literally exactly what happens. It is because of that, and it is because these women are extremely superficial. This is basically all they care about. These things. They don't care about who you are as a person. They don't want to know you. They don't want to get to know you. They don't want anything to do with you. If you are any of these things, it's too late for you. You can either try to change them, or you might as well just kill yourself, because you'll never get into a relationship. You will never get into a relationship. Right? If you have these things in too far a degree, especially this one, you'll never get into a relationship with anyone even close to the position your level. You know, maybe if you're in the bottom 50%, you might get a bottom 10%, 1 out of 10, you know, or maybe a 2 if you're lucky. And I don't care if people think it's sexist to talk. I don't care. You can rate people out of 10. If you're a 5 or below, sub 5, your chances are maybe a 1 or maybe a 2. But the thing is, most people who are 1 or 2 just choose not to date. They just choose not to date, or they magically get a date with someone who's like a 6 or above a 5, right? I want to kill myself. This is so bad. Every woman wants above a 5, bare minimum. Most women are aiming for an 8 and above. I used to be about an 8. Maybe even a 9 on a good day. Not a 9. I used to be an 8. I used to be an 8. I was attractive. I was smart. I looked like I was going to be rich in the future. I had a wealthy background. And I was healthy. Right? I was an 8. For the environment I was in, I was an 8. I was above most of the guys. Not all of them, but I was above most of them, and I had my niche, and a lot of women were attracted to me. A lot of girls I went to school with were interested in me. I was able to get a lot of girls that I was interested in me back by just giving them attention and stuff. Or they would be interested in me, and then I would develop an interest in them, you know. Now I'm less than I've dropped. Well, I'm probably not even a 5. I'm definitely 5 or below, sub 5. I'm maybe a 2, which means if you're a 1 or a 2, you don't even get to date because 1 or 2 women want to go for 5 and above. If you're a 5, you might get a 1 or a 2. If you're a 1 or a 2, you don't even get to date. Because they don't want to date you. No one does. No one. If you're a 1 or a 2, you don't even get to date at all. You get relegated out of the gene pool because people say you are so unattractive, so poor, and or so sickly, so unhealthy, that you don't even get to date at all in the first place. You don't even get to be in a relationship, and you don't get to reproduce. 3 might get a 1. Maybe a 2 if they're really lucky. Probably not a 3 and probably never above a 3. What am I? I'm probably a 1 or a 2. I'm probably a 1 or a 2. I don't know how you could be worse than me, except in terms of morals, character, and politics. I also think there's a degree to people who treated like shit by society tend to gravitate toward those things that society doesn't like as a form of refuge, a sense of, gives them a sense of like power back, you know? It's so lost, bro. It's so lost. I say this as someone who used to be so successful. I used to be so successful, and now I'm not, right? Now I'm not successful. If you're a 5, you might get a 1 or a 2. But those 1 or 2 women usually refuse to date unless they can get above a 5. Every woman wants above a 5 bare minimum. Most women are aiming for an 8 and above. I know that. Right? If you're a 1 or a 2, I was a 7, possibly an 8. No, I'd say I was an 8. I don't know. And I would get girls who were, I mean, in my view, I would rank them a lot higher. I felt like they were my equals, but other people would probably rank them 1 or 2 ranks below me, you know, in terms of the scale. We weren't really equals. They were not as wealthy. They didn't have as wealthy a background. They didn't look like they were going to be as rich in the future. They weren't as attractive as I am. In terms of men at school, I was one of the top most attractive men. The girls who were attracted to me were not necessarily seen as the most attractive girls. So it's always imbalance. It's always an imbalance. Women always want to go for people who are much better, men who are better off than they are on the scale of things, as opposed to going for equals, okay? And they were, I don't know, we were equal health. Equal health. Health is the bare minimum. If you're sick, no woman wants to get with you. Unless you have money or unless you're extremely attractive, no woman wants to get with you if you're sick. And I'm not extremely attractive anymore. I'm like, not that I was extremely, but I'm not even attractive anymore. And I'm not wealthy. I'm poor. When a woman looks at my profile and goes, overweight, unattractive, poor, sick, and says, absolutely not. That's exactly what happens. That's exactly what happens. They don't care that I have Marxist in my profile. They don't care. Women don't want a Marxist because they only want someone who's attractive, wealthy, healthy. If you can be the best of the best in terms of, where is it? Morals, character, and politics. But if you don't have any of these things, they won't like you anyway, regardless. You'll only get maybe the bottom 1 or 2, the bottom 10, 20%. Even that seems too high. Like I'm getting no one. I'm getting nobody, bro. I'm getting maybe the bottom 10% ever has any interest in me. Like, I would say the only girls who ever show any interest in me now are, like, not attractive, not, obviously not wealthy, because women are basically never wealthy, and they all expect to rely on the man. I guess they're healthy, but, you know, that's like the only thing they have over me. And they don't even... No, I hate this shit. It's like... it's total defeat. There's total defeat. Absolutely, totally defeated. And it's like, yeah, because I'm a 5 or below, I will only ever be able to get maybe a 1 or a 2 out of 10. And they're disgusting, and it's like, I can tell why women don't want to date a 1 or a 2 and would rather not date. I can actually understand that. Because the thing is, I'm not a 1 or a 2. I would say I'm a 3 because I actually have some good qualities. I'm a 3 out of 10. Possibly. I think I have some good qualities still. Even with all this bad shit, which is mostly not my fault, I still think I'm at least... I'm at like... I'm surely a 3 out of 10. I know I'm below a 5. I will easily say I'm in the bottom 50%, but surely the 1 or 2 is for, like, extremely offensive people that you can't even be around, right? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's all health. Maybe that's the only thing that matters. Maybe it's all health and having a job, and that's it. Because women say jobless as a criticism all the time online. Jobless. I'm jobless because I can't work. Because I can't make money because I can't work. Because of sickness. I'm lying in bed hours and hours every day because I'm so tired. I'm unattractive because of drugs that I'm forced to be on that I don't want, that ruin my health. So, the 1 or a 2, it's like the only women I'll probably ever be able to get into a relationship with are, like, really unattractive and probably not very good people. I would say below a... I think if you're a 3 or below, like me, you have to either be really unlucky, which is me, or you're, like, actively a terrible person, right? The thing is, women always go, oh, no, they're all terrible. Actually, you can just be really bad luck, and you get put in the same category as everyone else. I end up being a 3 because of really bad luck and nothing that I've actually done myself. I haven't actually caused any of it. I used to be like an 8. Now I'm a 3. I've lost 5 points. which is actually the average, isn't it? I don't know. What is the average for men? Is it equally distributed? Maybe not. So I get put in the same category as like these incels and find this shit relatable because it's the same situation. I just happen to be extremely unlucky rather than being like an actively offensive, terrible person like a lot of the incels are. A lot of the incels could be called bad people because they have bad morals, bad character, and bad politics. I don't have bad morals, bad character, and bad politics, but I end up in the same situation just by really bad luck, which I can't get out of because it's impossible. The things which have caused me to be put here as a 3 out of 10 can't be changed. I can't change any of them. I'm trying to, and it's basically impossible. This sickness is incurable. I'll never be able to work or make money in basically any manageable way. Uh, and I can't lose weight. It's really, really slow losing weight. Or trying to look more attractive, which is like so much effort. I find it difficult to even shave and shower and brush my teeth. Just can't even manage to do all of that every day. Because of sickness. It's all sickness. And these drugs that I'm forced to take. I feel like even like a fucking person who lives on $1 a day in a village and like living in the fucking jungle in a bamboo like structure in Vietnam wouldn't even want to get with me because they're like, I'm fucking worthless to all these people. I'm in the lowest tier of people. I might even be a 1. I don't even know. I might even be a 1. I think I'm mildly attractive, like I've got good facial structure and stuff, even though I'm like fat. So that might boost me up to a 3, because I did get 2 likes, and a girl at the bakery was like, seemed interested in me, but that girl wasn't attractive to me at all, bro. Holy shit. I mean, it's like, I know you can barely have standards, but it's like the only people who are interested in me at all in this point in my life the only girls, for me, like, sub 3. Gotta be sub 3. Maybe if I got to know them better, it'd be different. I don't know. If they asked me out, I would consider it. They didn't ask me out, so I guess the girl wants you to ask them. If they asked me out, I would probably think about it. Feel bad though. It pains me to have fallen so far. Guess a girl can barely be a 3 if she can walk and make money. It just wasn't attractive to me, that's all. I mean, I should just expect that I'm going to get with a girl I don't find attractive at this point in my life, because, like, why would it be otherwise? And, see, it's different for being interested in women, because most men don't care if women make money. I think men focus on character a lot more than women do, actually. Women seem to only care about how much money you make and how physically attractive you are, and the rest of it doesn't really matter to them. That sometimes, like, they want you to be generally masculine, but you know, if you're attractive enough, you make enough money, they're like, oh yeah, you're a good bet. But well, like, reliable, I don't know. That's what I think. Attractive, good character / nice and reliable. They don't even have to be attractive if they have good character and they're reliable. Unless they're, like, extremely ugly. I also have other things motivating me though, to be honest. It's hard for me to, like, try to accept the kind of person I'm actually interested in. I'll probably never have any chance of a relationship with. Um, like, even if you go to, like, Vietnam or Indonesia and you get with a girl there somehow, I don't even know how you do that. It's not like they actually like you, right? They just want your money. Like, they're never gonna love you back. It's just you won't. It's like you won't even find a relationship in the West, and if you go to the global South, you can get a girl, possibly, but she won't actually like you. She just wants your money and, like, a visa, and that's all they care about. And she might just divorce you once she gets her citizenship anyway. Once she gets a permanent residency, you never see her again. And she'll take the kids if you have any, because that's how it works in the West. You'll be back to square one. And you'll have to pay child support out of you, whatever low wages you're making. which is like, I'm not against child support, I just think like that's really shit because that goes like a whole bunch of your money. I don't even how do you pay child support out of a benefit? It's not even half minimum wage. It's not even enough to live off of. How do you pay child support out of it? Seriously. How can you like I'm trying to survive and you're gonna take some of my money? Like I'm barely I'm like all I spend all my money on rent and food and a couple of bills and a small amount of donations. Which I guess you could cut the donations, but they're only like, you know, less than $100 a month. Like I used to have smart as like a quality, and now it's like, well, I'm not gonna get a smart girl. Used to have like, I like East Asian girls, or just Asian girls in general. I think I like their culture. I think they look more attractive. Um, yeah, that's probably not gonna happen, because New Zealand is like, it's like 3/4 white. I had everything going for me, bro. I had it all set up. I wish I could just go and live in Vietnam or something, just go and die in the jungle or something, or I don't know. Life just gets worse and worse all the time. It's like, why am I even continuing to go on? It's just, what's the point? Every year it gets worse. Every year it gets worse. Like, it just is like compounding interest on these issues. It just compounds every year. It increases, you get an increase, and then it gets added onto the top of it. I constantly wish I were dead. I constantly wish I didn't have to go through with all of this. Why do I have to live through all of this? I'm going to live a terrible, terrible life. Terrible, painful fucking life. That's what it's been ever since I've been sick. It has been terrible and painful and endless. It always gets worse. It always gets fucked up. It's never good. See, the difference is a woman doesn't have to be healthy for a man to be attracted to her. A woman doesn't. The good character is also that's optional. For me, I think you need to have good character though, rather than just being attractive. But if they're not attractive, it's very hard to be interested in them. If they're not attractive at all, I mean, like if they're like unattractive. Like I'm just overweight, but I don't think I'm actually unattractive aside from being overweight. Like if I lose weight, I look attractive. sickness and poverty. That's the difference. If I had money, I could just pay, and it would be so easy. It'd be so easy. I would have nothing to worry about. If I had health, I could work for money. And it would be so much easier to date. And if I were at least low weight, women wouldn't think I'm disgusting immediately on looking at me. Right? But that's the shallowest one, isn't it? Being attractive is the shallowest. The other two sustain you a lot more, having money and being healthy. Because even if I can attract people, they're not going to stick around when they realize I can't walk. And if I get into a relationship, my benefit gets cut. And I don't have any money then. And I'm not healthy. I'm sick. It's not the same. The situation I'm in would be so much easier if I were a woman. And it's not because I'm not. Because it's not easy because I'm a man. In terms of dating. A woman with ME/CFS can get a relationship. And they do get relationships. The ones that are able to date do get relationships. The men with ME/CFS tend not to get relationships. Most of them don't have one. So there are women who are housebound who get relationships. There are women who are bedbound, who can't leave bed, who get relationships, right? I've never heard of a bedbound man in a relationship because that's just not how it works. Maybe if they were already in one before, but to start a relationship when you're bedbound, it's just not going to happen. As a man, you should just give up because you're not going to get a relationship. It's impossible. It's like, oh, you gotta tell people that you're chronically ill. Because no one expects it because it's not visible. It's not visible. ME/CFS is one of the worst illnesses you can have, and I have actually got that and digestive issues. Yeah, I'm never gonna, like, I won't even find an equal because equal women don't want equal men. They want superior, much better than themselves men who treat them as equals. That's what women want, right? Because women don't see equal. What does this actually mean? Because women don't actually see equal men as equal to themselves. An equal man to a woman is inferior, right? The man who is equally attractive is ugly. The man who makes the same amount of money is poor. The man who is equally sick / disabled is a cripple / lost cause / burden. Right? And this is exactly how it goes. The man who is equally attractive as the woman is labeled ugly. The man who makes the same amount of money as the woman is labeled poor, broke / poor. The man who is equally sick or disabled is a cripple or a burden, right? To the woman. They don't view people who are equally like them. They don't view equal men as equals. They view them as inferior. And they view superior women, superior men as equals, right? The equal man is to women, to the equal woman and inferior, and the superior man is an equal. The inferior woman is an equal man. And the inferior man is nothing. You see this one all the time. Ugly, wealthy, healthy man still gets an attractive, poor, healthy girlfriend. Ugly and wealthy can still get attractive and poor. From men to women, right? The attractive and poor man can still get an ugly and poor woman, right? Maybe even a wealthy woman, if he's attractive enough. Um, so you have the spectrum thing, where the guy at one end can get literally any girl he wants, any of them, and the guy at the other end cannot get literally any of them. So you have on one end the guy who has everything can get anyone, and the guy who has nothing can't get anyone. So it's not like equals match. It's not like the guy who has everything gets a girl who has everything and they get together, and the guy who has nothing gets a girl who has nothing and they get together. It's not like that. It's most of the women want the top tier of guys, and the rest of them just don't date unless they can get someone far better than themselves. Whereas the guys at the lower level trying to date would go for basically anyone, can't get anyone, because no one wants to date them. It's impossible. So you have, if the guy is ugly but has money and health, he can get an attractive girl who is poor and healthy, right? If the guy is attractive but he's poor and he's still healthy, he can get an unattractive girl who's poor and healthy, right? If the guy is ugly, poor, but he's healthy, he can still get an ugly, poor, but not healthy girl, because he can take care of her, right? You can take care of her and be in a relationship with her. That works, right? Because the women are all gaining something that they don't have in all of these cases. The thing is, if you don't have anything that the women can gain from you, apparently, because a relationship itself is not enough, then you won't get one. It's impossible for you to get into a relationship because you don't have any of the things, the only things that women actually want, which are attractiveness, wealth, and health. Physical attractiveness, wealth, and health. Nothing else matters. The rest of it really doesn't matter because you can see in the vast majority of cases, the guys don't have anything else. This is all they have is one or two or all of these things, and they're actually bad people. A lot of guys are not very good people. They're bad to their partners, to their female partners. Doesn't matter though, because the women will stay with them because they have these things. Because the guy has these things, the woman will stay with him. And if he doesn't have these things, he won't even get a chance in the first place, right? If you're unattractive, poor, sick like me, disabled, you won't get any girl. You won't get any girl. You will not get any girl. It's as simple as that. If you're a 3, you got no one. Because the bottom 30% of women just don't date if they can't get a top 50%. 50% or above. Or at least a top 40%, top 50, 4 or 5 out of 10. You know? Right, let's look at the statistics. What percentage of young men are in relationships? What's the statistic? This says 63% of men under 30 are single. "63% of men are single compared to only 34% of women." What? Who are the women dating then? Are they dating the same guy? How does that even work? They're dating men from overseas. It's literally double. It's literally double the rate of singleness. More than half the men, as opposed to like 1% over a third of the women. It is literally almost double. There's almost a 50% chance, 50% increase. How are there are literally twice as many single men as there are women, almost. It's almost double. That's insane. It's because the women are dating older men or something, aren't they? I bet they are. I bet they are. Quarter of Gen Z men have never been in a serious relationship. That's me. Fucked. Why do they always blame the men, bro? Why are young men so hopeless? It's not men being hopeless, it's women refusing to date. Or just dating other groups of people if they don't want what men have. Where is this from anyway? That's not New Zealand. Gotta use the bathroom. Like, it used to be so easy to get a relationship. You used to, like, go to church, and they'd be like, oh, who are the men who don't have partners? And who are the women? And they, like, match you up. Well, your family would, like, get in touch with another family whose partner is single, or whose daughter or whoever is single, and they'd match you up. And that's how you would mate. Now it's not like that. Now women have got dating apps. They've got access to every fucking guy in the city. They can get sex whenever they want it, literally whenever they want it, on demand that day. Like, on the day delivery. All they have to do is turn up at the guy's house. Well, they get the guy to turn up at their house, for fuck's sake. So easy. It's absolutely insane. It's like, holy shit. They complain about commitment when they only ever go for guys that don't want commitment with them. Of course, if you go on dating apps and you're only looking at the most attractive guys who aren't in relationships, the reason why they're not in relationships is probably because they don't want to commit to anybody. How stupid are these fucking women? These women think, oh yeah, if I go for the most attractive, wealthiest guy who's on a dating app, them being like a 5, that he's going to want to get with them because he wants a long-lasting relationship with them. They're absolutely delusional from all of this romance slop that they've been consuming that leads them to believe that a 9 out of 10 guy wants to get with a 5 out of 10 woman. And it isn't just for meaningless sex, one-night stand type shit. They are so stupid if they honestly believe that. And they honestly do believe it, and that's why they keep saying, oh, I can't get commitment. The reason why you can't get commitment is because you're going out of your league every single fucking time you get with a guy. Every single time you get with a guy, you're going out of your league to people who don't have a relationship for a reason. That is why they're failing. This is what feminism won't tell these women. What radical feminism won't tell the women that are failing to get commitment is that what radical feminism won't tell or doesn't tell the women that are failing to get a commitment is that the people that they are dating, men that they are dating, that are far out of their league, aren't in committed relationships for a fucking reason. Right? Because they are bad people. Well, because they don't want a committed relationship. Romance slop has led the 5 out of 10 women to believe that the 9 out of 10 guy wants to get with them for reasons other than non-commitment, casual sex / one-night stand. And you literally hear the men saying this, like, "Oh yeah, I'd fuck her, but I wouldn't spend the rest of my life with her." Why do they say that? Because they don't actually find you attractive, right? Literally. They won't. They won't. Yeah, so, what do you call it? The radical feminism has led women to believe, and, no, romance slop has led women to believe that 5 out of 10 women can get with a 9 out of 10 man. And it's just not true. You got, like, super overweight, really objectively unattractive women who think they can get with, like, an 8. Or, like, at least a 7. The typical man disgusts the typical woman. That's what this says. How men rate women. How women rate men. That's out of 7. So the biggest category is 2 out of 7. Which is what? The bottom 28%. It's like, this is like 3 and below, almost. So on this one, most men are like a 2 out of 10. Which is insane. Historically and in modern times, women generally practice it more than men, as in most women actually practice it. Most women want at least a guy who's better than themselves in most aspects. Makes more money, is more attractive, is more intelligent. All of these things the woman wants. If you're worse, then you won't even get a girl. If you're worse than most women, you won't get a relationship. It's as simple as that. This is literally it sounds like a straw man, but I know this is the case. You've got really unattractive, super overweight, 3 out of 10, right, poor, on welfare, 3 out of 10 women who think they can get with an 8 out of 10 men. They wouldn't even settle for a 5, which is 2 ranks above. They wouldn't even settle for a 5. They want an 8. They want a rank 5 above themselves. They wouldn't even settle for a rank 2 above themselves, let alone an equal. And no one wants a 1 or a 2. It's absolutely fucked. If you're a 1 or a 2, as a man, you don't even get a relationship because 1 or 2 women barely even exist. Not even that they don't exist, but they won't date a 1 or a 2. No one will date a 1 or a 2. Women rated 80% of men as below average in physical appeal. That's insane. Women marry higher incomes even though they now make a lot of money. 50%. Something, I don't know. Women are more selective of their choice of marriage partners. Men tend to prefer women who are young, while women tend to prefer men who are rich, high social standing, and physically attractive. Right. So that was class, which is another one I used to use. High social standing. Wealthy, classy, attractive. That used to be me. Strongly contradicted. I don't think women's mate selection preferences are becoming more equal at all, actually. I don't believe that. Because reality does not show that as a fact. This is so stupid, bro. Shit sucks. It's like inflation. People have said that. It's like inflation. The women think that their value is significantly higher than it actually is if you rank things on a scale. They think they're like an 8 or a 5 at least, and they're actually like a 3. But this is the radical feminism tells them, oh, just don't date until you can get the 8 or until you can get the 7 or whatever. It's insane. So basically, the person that they would have dated if they were equal or even just slightly higher doesn't end up with anyone. That's bullshit. Attitude is not the problem, bro. Yeah, this is impossible, bro. That is not it. I can't change those things. I can't actually get fit. I can't exercise because of sickness. Social confidence, which you have to socialize. You have to actually find people to socialize with, which is like impossible if you don't already have friends or a place to meet people. Where am I supposed to go? You can't tell me because there isn't anywhere. There aren't third spaces where you can just meet people and socialize. It's fucked. It's totally fucked. Things are so much worse than they used to be. It's insane. It's actually crazy how bad things are these days. The situation is absolutely fucking terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible. So, just put my music on. I don't know why this is blurry. It's so annoying. Steam has so many bugs, bro. Can't even rate it as blurry. Where makes my head hurt. This is annoying. Come on. Come on, load so I can alt tab. Oh my god, bro. What's happening in the world? That's been the news for the last 3 hours plus. Holy shit. US hideouts in UAE, legitimate targets. After Cargill and okay, whatever, who cares. Have to stop and change. I have to wait for them to develop the like AI android things. Because no actual woman's gonna want to have anything to do with me. I used to be a high value man, bro. Used to be a high value man. I don't even have friends. You know, and it's just gonna drag on and people are gonna be like, you gonna get into a relationship? My parents are gonna get pissed. As if they haven't actively worked to ruin my fucking life with this medication. Which is a large degree of why I can't even get people interested in me in the first place. A lot of women think I'm disgusting today because I'm obese. Like a large degree of women think I'm disgusting. I look disgusting. I'm so sick of this music. So boring. How does this go? This music sucks. I hate my life so much. This is how it is under this capitalist system, you know? It doesn't matter if you're a good person, it doesn't matter if you have good character, doesn't matter if you have good morals, doesn't matter if you have good politics, you get crushed. You get crushed. I wish I were dead. I want to kill myself. I hate being alive. It's just painful. Every single day is just painful. And it gets worse all the time. Gets worse all the time. All the time, rubbing salt in the wound. I wish I were dead. I wish someone would just come and kill me. I wish I lived in the United States so I could just buy a gun and shoot myself in the head. That's what I would do. Because I can't get assisted suicide. They refuse to allow it for ME/CFS. I wish I were dead. I hate being alive. Simplest solution, I buy a gun and I shoot myself in the head. Problem solved. I don't have to live this anymore. Nothing else has to change. I just die. And that's the solution. It's not worth fighting for. It's honestly not worth fighting for. Nothing is worth fighting for with how painful this is every day. I just want to die. It's not gonna get better. I know it's not gonna get better. So just let me die. Bro, Kendrick Lamar is so fucking bad in this song. This guy's dog shit. Holy shit. Shut the fuck up, Kendrick Lamar. God, he's terrible. Jesus Christ. God, I wish I were dead. hate my fucking life and I wish I were dead. I keep saying that. No one gives a shit. Nobody fucking gives a shit. I got a letter from the lawyer because they're like, oh, you got review tribunal if you want it. And the lawyer said, oh, the psychiatrist said you're doing well. How the fuck am I doing well? I literally told them I want to fucking kill myself because of how shit I feel all the time. I literally told them that, and the psychiatrist said to the lawyer, oh yeah, he's doing well. I hate living in this fucking hell country with these fucking hell people with this fucking hell illness. Just kill me. Put me out of my fucking misery. Make me die already. Give me a heart attack. Please. Give me a heart attack. I don't want to have to live through all this shit. Let me die. God, I was like, oh, I hope I die under the anesthesia, and then I didn't. I had to wake up. I had to wake up. I had to survive it. I wanted to die under the anesthesia. I would have just died. I wanted them to have some issue with it, and I just die. When I got my colonoscopy endoscopy done. God, I hate being alive. Just kill me. It's not worth it. I hate life. I'm anti-life. I hate life. I don't give a shit about fucking nature. Nature didn't deal with this shit. Nature dealt with some bullshit and it killed him. He's lucky. He didn't have to suffer for that long. It wasn't that bad. This is worse. Why can't you just kill yourself if you want to? I don't understand. Why they say, oh, we're not going to do anything for you to make your life better. We're also not going to let you kill yourself to get out of it. That's what society says, right? They do nothing to help you out and then refuse to allow you to kill yourself. It's just punishment. If you want to kill yourself, they send you to a mental hospital and force you onto more drugs. They're going to force me onto antidepressants that I don't want, which will probably take away, you know, the last things I actually enjoy to any degree. Right? They'll give me sexual dysfunction. Right? It's literally, I've read the headline. Antidepressants cause the male genitalia to become like a 60-year-old's. It's biological. It ages it to the point of like a 60-year-old, and it doesn't work anymore. That's what it does. And it makes people suicidal. hate these fucking songs. I hate this fucking life. I hate this fucking country. I hate the fucking people in it. I hate this fucking sickness. I hate all of it. I wish it would end. Just let me die. I'm sick of waking up. Every fucking day I wake up. And I'm like, why do I have to do this again? Why do I have to live another day? Just kill me already. No one's listening. No one is listening. All the people I tell don't do anything. I tell the doctor, I tell the psychiatrist, I tell the community mental health worker, none of them do anything. Let me die, let me kill myself. Give me the means. I have to live in one of these stupid countries where you can't do anything. You don't have freedom to live how you want. You also don't have the freedom to kill yourself. Because you can't just go buy a gun and do it. I hate this fucking song. It's just repeating the same shit over and over again for years on end. Never gets better. And I can't cry because of the medication. Takes your humanity from you. Kills you internally. And they love it because you can't see it, right? So they love it because you're harming someone without it being visible. Like torture. Just let me die. I'm sick of life. Kill me already. Sick of this fucking hell. It's never going to get better. It never does, and in 7 years, it never has. The only time I've had improvement is going off the medication, which I'm no longer allowed to do. And that wasn't even an improvement. That's just putting it back to how it was before. Before it got worse by being put onto it. Let me die. I hate this fucking life. Hurry up. Let me fucking die. I have nothing to live for. I hate life. Life is punishment. Life is suffering. That's my life. It's suffering. Endless, endless suffering. I want to die. I want to be killed. Let it happen. Make it happen. No one's listening. There's no one there. No one is listening. God, skip this dog shit. I hate this music. I hate this fucking music. This is all terrible. This is so bad. It's dog shit. I hate all of this shit. It's all fucking terrible. Fucking terrible music. Fucked up my recommendeds. God, just let me die. This life is hell. It never ends. Never ends and it never gets better. Kill me. Let me die. I hate living. I hate life. It's terrible. This is all dog shit, honestly. This song's fucking stupid. Send me off to war so I can die. They literally make you have to resort to stuff like fucking drug overdose, which is one of the worst ways to commit suicide, simply because it's like virtually impossible to do it any other way. They make you resort to like the worst fucking ways, like hanging, which is unreliable, could just break, and you just end up with brain damage instead, and they keep you alive as some brain damaged individual. As like a retard. Which is probably worse than death. So my life as it is already worse than death. I don't want to be alive. I wish I were dead. Why am I alive? Why do I have to live through this? Every day I wish I were dead. I wish I'd died years ago. When I got sick. So I wouldn't have to live through any of this. And nothing agrees with me. Nothing allows me to do this. Nothing says, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. Let's get you the means to commit suicide." Nothing. No one does that. Doesn't happen. Can't even see myself. Okay, I'm dead. I didn't even say it. Let me die, bro. Don't make it slow. Why does it have to be so slow? It's unbearable. I've said that. No one cares. Nobody listens to me. I wish I were dead. I'm so sick of being alive. God, let me die soon. So sick of being alive. These are all fucking terrible. God, I wish I were dead. They say, oh, men need to open up more. Men need to say how they're feeling more often. And then you do, and it does absolutely nothing. No one gives a shit. You know why men don't open up? Because nobody fucking cares. Nobody fucking cares. And when you do open up, it doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything because nobody gives a shit. Changes nothing. Uh, I don't have the energy to fix anything or do anything. Nothing will be fixed. Nothing will get better. This is how it is. That's not pessimism, that's reality. That's a conservative perspective, is that nothing will get better. The likely reality is that things will actually get worse. Things will get worse because they have no reason to improve, and the issues I have are things that will actually get worse as time goes on. It's compounding, right? I wish I would just kill myself already. I hate being alive. Skip this fucking bullshit. What is it recommending to me? Some stupid ass anime shit. Oh look, it's Gojo. Who the fuck is this? Retarded shit. Satoru Gojo. From the show I've never watched yet I know about for some fucking reason. These retarded, edgy 12-year-olds use it as their Fortnite character. Demon Slow. Let me die already, honestly. Tired of this endless suffering life. Fucking vampire bats are impossible. These things always kill me. Magic wand, axe. Hate this stupid ass life. I don't like Mrs. Greenapple. Hate this fucking life. Then I go to sleep. I wake up and I have to do the same fucking day again and again and again. More bullshit to deal with. Same issues all the time that never end, that never change, that never get better. Why do I have to live this fucking bullshit? I hate this fucking life. How did that even happen? So stupid. So boring. So stupid. Already said that before. It does look AI generated. was a good movie. I liked it. Cartoons, we had that. It's not a real thing. Is that real? Or is it just being metaphorical? What the fuck? I remember those. Peg movie. Hellish Life. It's always an excuse. Maybe there'll be a ground offensive. Surely that can't be cost effective. Nearly losing his life. How did he nearly lose his life? What is this? What, she ate a lot or? He's not dead. Why the fuck do they think he's dead? He's not dead. These people are retarded. No, it wasn't. This is literally just bullshit. What are they talking about? Why don't they delete these stupid ass posts? It's 1:49 a.m. It actually does. What the fuck? Also looks nothing like Robert De Niro. What the fuck? Looks like he knows what Minecraft is. Guy's got iPhone face. boring. I'm gonna probably go to bed. How are these people playing this game? It's like, it's not even released yet. I wanna go get a drink from the fridge. Was Dream always cheating? That's crazy, bro. Okay, I'm gonna stop streaming now. 4 hours stream, that's crazy. What is that from? It's almost 2, so that's like 10 p.m. 11, 12, 1, 2. Okay.